Hello, hello, my internet friends, and welcome to the stream. Sorry if the music's really loud right now. Today we are continuing our progress through post-Stormblood, and we are fighting Tsukiyomi. Look how pretty she is. I am gonna wait a little bit, because I know I had some viewers who really wanted to watch this fight, but they haven't shown up yet, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. Just bear with me here before we get on with the fight. I hope everyone's day is going well. Fine. Oh my god, what was that? Just felt like my house just shook or something. That was strange. Anyways, my day's been okay. You know, restful day after the holidays, if you celebrate. Might just read some more out of the Eorze Encyclopedia while we're waiting here. Let's see, I was reading about the Rohirrim earlier today. There's not too much information here that has really piqued my interest. It's all pretty normal stuff, you know, how they came from the north, they helped with founding Limsa Lominsa, except for the Hellsguard, which are like their own little separate thing. There you are, Cass. I was waiting for you. Yep, I am streaming early today. Glad to see you. Oh, with that, let's get started, shall we? A second here. Oh no, go ahead. More viewers the better. Though, once again, I must stress, I am not the best at actually playing the game, so I hope nobody's expecting any of that. We're here for lore, and that is it. Okay, let's see what this freaking queue's gonna be like. 5 minutes? That's not bad. Music is just so intense. I love it. I assume this is gonna be part of the music for the actual fight. Get an angle. You go up here? Oh, I can't! Not all the way though. I feel like I can get a good shot here. Need to move. those. And that'll probably cancel out. Oh well. 3 songs in this trial? Man, have we had a trial with 3 songs in it before? I know there's usually like 2, at least. I'm excited. Back here, effort. Yeah, oh, here we go. Fight time. Interesting. Wait, did someone cancel? Oh, what? Who withdrew? Did everybody withdraw? It doesn't look like I have anybody in the party anymore. Okay, this time? There we go. Model is so cool looking. Okay. That I assume? Oh wait, they moved! Okay. Whew.
Your death will be all the sweeter.
What? Oh! Transition. Why does it fade away? Feeds on my spite, on my suffering. Oh. Lord shades the dead, curse my name, strike my body, fill my soul with the blackest malice. Eh. Oh man. Yeah, I saw her parents there. These are specters of just domens, I guess. Oh, Asahi. This music is really good. Oh, Xenos. Yep. Come to deliver judgment for my failure. Cut me down then. Surely it is a simple task. Stay behind. Oh, it's Gosetsu! Why? You have no place here. Oh, that's so sweet. It's her hope. We must survive, Suyu. The kami spared us, and we cannot repay that boon in death. Rats, but it is too late for me. There can be no redemption.
In darkness lives the spider living. From mortal, I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
Okay, what's this now? Got two different sides. Oh, now what? Ooh.
Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
Oh, we're back to this.
Your end is near. Black tendrils train.
Whoa.
I'll grind you under my feet. I'll grind you under my feet.
Ah, fudge. Ah, I almost survived the whole way through. Westward lies, bleed toward the east. Oh, are these the lyrics or something? Ah, very pretty.
on my heels.
Not dead again. No! Oh, we're so close. Come on. Oh, did someone limit break me? Yes! Awesome. Oh, her hair's gone white. Everyone left already. No comments that can I give. Well, ethereal now. Okay. See this cutscene. Cutscenes? Oh. Oh. I shot her. Of course. The little worm. Ugh. Ugh.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
Why don't I just slap him?
My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This doorman woman has seen to that.
The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I! Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Oh.
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance.
Still conscious? Yeah. Oh man. Perfect.
These people, our people, They ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
Oh. Good riddance.
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Sure. If CU represents all that she could have been, then she deserved a kinder fate for sure.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world.
Oh god, they're gonna make me cry again.
I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Lord Xenos.
God, you're still alive. Can I please bash in his head? Oh.
Lord Xenos.
Right. He is somehow alive.
I am at your disposal.
Asahi, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting viceroy.
Think there's some trickery to all this, Cass?
She lives?
Or rather, you probably know.
That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so.
That mirror was a treasure of the Kojin? Had a god in it?
The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face.
Oh. This was all a ploy to settle the differences?
You will be my
Garlands?
chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord.
Yeah.
My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
Oh, well, I killed him once, I can do it again. This time he doesn't have an icon to empower him. Probably.
You have prevailed, I see.
Oh. I guess that's true.
She is gone. Wherefore did the kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
In a better place, hopefully. Oh. Yeah, the flute.
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Oh, what do you want? Haven't you put us through
Maxima,
enough?
is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Max is a Chad? Does seem at least reasonable. A vision past. Involving Xenos.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
But how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Corps? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Quite conundrum.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
But
Indeed.
there's a
You
plot
have my
going
thanks,
on.
Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Oh no.
Might I accompany you to the
No! Alpha, no! You are not allowed to do that. Oh.
Alpha, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
This is Garlemald. No. Alpha, no. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this is happening.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
But this is not. This is more dangerous than a battlefield.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
Yeah, exactly. They're not gonna listen to you. My expensive stuff. Oh, they won't let me say no. I mean, he's very good at speaking. Fine, if you're gonna do it, this is your moment. The second I hear anything, though, I'm gonna destroy Garlemald if
Tis
they
not for me
touch
to
a
stop.
hair on your
But
head.
I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Thank you, Hian, for trying.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best
This
behavior.
is so reckless.
Farewell, my friends.
I'm not happy about this. Not happy. Ugh. That's happened. You agree? Yosetsu dragged himself here from his sickbed, only to be greeted by the sight of Yotsuyu's corpse. I had not the words to comfort him. I don't think anyone did. Alise? Ah, Alphino, you impulsive fool. Right? I thought about trying to talk him out of it, but I know what I would say if the roles were reversed. Stubbornness is something of a family trait. That's not the truth. Yet? I know Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. It's little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibun before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. Would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion. Reunions! Oh. Oh. Found his dad. Oh. That's real beautiful.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Oh. Oh. Where they go? Gosetsu.
Ah, there you are.
What you doing in your gear? Ah, he shaved his head.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
So,
All of them?
all of them. No. Why is everyone leaving? I don't like it. Oh. Made up his mind. Safe travels, Gosetsu. You better come visit.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh, and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before.
Miss the old bear.
And with that, I take my leave.
I'll say, it'll be far too quiet. It'll be far too quiet without Gosetsu around. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Speaking of reunions, have you spoken with Ihanashi? Turns out his father was among the returning conscripts. Yeah, I saw. I'm so happy for him. You agree? Gosetsu relinquished his duties with a grace befitting a samurai lord. I only hope that I can fill the void which he has left behind. Yen? Ah, Gosetsu, fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray, join us in the Kinkan? I have no idea how to say that. I would thank you properly. Ah, you can't talk to him. Thank the kami who spotted that cracked plank. That ship ended up bringing my father home. And the captain said, well, let's just say I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm going to live in Doma with my father. We're free. For you. Okay. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes, please. Party's so small now. I say? With all that out of the way, Doma should be able to look forward to a period of relative calm. As for us, well, we have an intriguing story to tell everyone back at the Rising Stones. You agree? Lord Hien trained under Gesetsu from the day he was old enough to hold a sword. Though he smiled through all the farewells, none will feel his absence more keenly. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Hey, don't mention it. It's what friends do. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. Sick. I confess I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate. Deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother? Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. August? Yin? Doma owes you a great debt, my friend. Thanks to you, we have everything we need to prosper. You and Alice must promise to visit us again soon. And Alphino too, when he returns from the Empire. Know that my thoughts go with him. You agree? However far his pilgrimage may take him, we have not seen the last of Gosetsu. Of that I am certain. Hope so. If he returns... Don't talk like that. Alphino has to return for my sanity. Under the moonlight, Alice seems ready to bid farewell to Doma. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Ralger's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. I can't talk tonight for some reason. Okay, Ralger's Reach. So much money. Okay. Over there? Oh, I guess we're gonna go check out his tomb now, based on the picture. What are we going to find, I wonder? What is the explanation? Nago. They've been quiet since their treachery in the throne room, but the Kayana are a problem we'll need to solve at some point. Peace. Somimi, Alice, you're back. No Alphino? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. Yeah, it's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke, gods, this had better be a joke. It's unfortunately not a joke. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well, living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Somimi's. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. I mean... It seemed like Xenos. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter? Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Paul's gilded. Paul's? Whatever are you talking about? There's Thinkrid. Thinkrid, what brings you to the Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? Ugh. As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhowl? In the locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. Off we go. This grave is like... I'm gonna get to the box. Okay, I'll just teleport. Let's see. Still under moonlight. So if we can finish with post Stormblood tonight, be nice. Then play Shadowbringers a good deal tomorrow? Maybe I'm hoping for too much. Can't believe, like, so close now. Is only a week away until the early access. I feel like time's running out. No! Leave me alone, weird ghost things. Okay. Ingrid? My money is on writhing snakes, possibly spiders. Let's prise it open and see what comes out. Oh, Ingrid. LSA? Most of the Greys are grouped together, but they managed to find a lonely spot for Xenos, didn't they? Feels fitting. Niece? This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied? Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin? And...
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Of course. Thunder. Oh no. Of course. Dramatic effect.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Don't be so ominous. Ugh. Who is that? Random soldier? The world is going on. Nope, more cutscenes. There's no corpse then. Are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ascian possession. Oh. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xenos' body? Seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raubon needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralger's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised with matters settling down in Domo. We were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. Great. What are we to do about this? Oh, I'm already here. Let's talk to everybody. Real. We gathered what scraps of intelligence we could, myself from within Eorzi and Alphino from his far eastern sources, but there's a limit to what a bloke can learn about the Empire from outside its borders. Still, I'd never think to invite myself aboard an Imperial bloody airship. It was impulsive, reckless. You got to admire the lad's style. Alien? I know Grandfather and Home have yet to discuss it, but with the liberation of Doma, it is surely only a matter of time before the refugees decide to return to the Far East, no? Okay. Those of us who were afield have finally returned. Full glad am I to have everyone back. The place has been too quiet. Ori? Another mission fraught with danger, yet here I am still. Quiet moments such as this. spent in carefree conversation with comrades, I have grown to cherish the most. Everyone's here. Almost. Soldier? Seeing Home going about his duties with a smile lifts my heart even as it brings a tear to my eye. Glad though I am for his nation's liberation, I shall be saddened to see him go. Limits? I hope Isildur can find someone to keep him company. With our missions, we can never linger very long. Anor? I know I need to give Isildur my undivided attention, but these waves of brotherly love make my mind drift to naughty places. Focus, Ador. Focus! Goodness. Ultino? It would seem Master Alphino has placed himself squarely in the path of danger. As a fellow scion, I shall render whatever aid I can to ensure his safe return. Okay. Though he is but half the size of my courageous brother, 'twould seem Alphino's bravery looms twice as large. Even Hori might hesitate before embarking alone into the heart of the Empire. He should have... He's too reckless. Alistair? While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Orianche over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Y'shtola is on her way and should be here any... Ah! Alistair, Somimi, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Somimi? Nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, and the shadowy web of the Paragons like as not. Right? When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. That is a lot of Magitech. Is he speaking differently, you think? Hard to tell when it's just written. For me, sometimes. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. Right. That guy who was watching us. What are you? Have you lost your mind? Huh. I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. No. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final blow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Oh, what? Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. How? What trickery is this? Why? He's actually alive? In a different body? Well, an Ascian is... What? That... This... I want an explanation. Alphinaud will have need of all his wits if he is to survive his visit to Garlemald. We know precious little about life in the Imperial capital. They have the same dialogue. Yeah. Alistair? Emissary of the Dawn. With thoughts of Alphinaud's plight weighing heavy on her mind, Alistair might welcome some company. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphinaud. Waiting's the worst. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. The table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Okay. Let's all have some tea. Oh, it's the several cutscenes. Okay. I think I got all my snacks around, so let's go. Interesting. So this Tsukiyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics, but if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I'll pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on aetherology. Greetings, could it be that I'm in time for tea? Certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. Do they not have coffee in Eorzea? It's always tea. Not that I'm against that. I love tea. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Lise and her officers had confirmed Xenos' death, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamican. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed, as per Lisa's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian, and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino and Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft L-25? Master Alphino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just I can see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I am happy to indulge curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Authard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of lifeless earth. I've read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. What? Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. Huh. When Emperor Solus first came to Authard and beheld this blight, he said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. A report? Report. We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? Oh no. All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm, unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. Oh my god. I knew this was dangerous. No, Alpha, no. Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We have landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye. A duty? They're fighting? I'm playing as Alphino? Master Alpha, might I ask you to search for survivors? I will see to our injured helmsman. Yes. Over here? Yeah. Enemy tech. Okay. Right here? Oh, yeah. When has Physic ever done that much healing? My thanks, I don't think I would have made it. Now what? Yes, you very likely saved his life. The question of who would try to take it remains. Oh. Put these last few out of their misery. The prince wishes none left alive. The prince? Oh no. They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Okay. What I'm supposed to be doing here. There we go. Just ruin span. Bam. Okay. Oh no. More. Confound it. Not here. Not like this. Oh. That was dramatic. Who's this fellow? What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. Daddy? What? Here we go again. Those attacks are very familiar. And he's carrying one of the, like, Garlean, that, like, gun sword. Gun blades, yeah. But they're not like the gun blades seen previously in Final Fantasy. They're a little different. Goodness. So, he has to be Garlean, right? Why are you still alive? Well, like, we've seen Fordola use that stuff. Because Fordola was given one of the gun blades for her accomplishments. gonna talk to this guy? Thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well, I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants, and the severity of your predicament? The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you have yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Ascian mask. The face of our prey. They hunt Ascians? We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage to the long trek out of the burn, and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Come. Oh man, he's got a lot of them. Full-blooded Garlean hunting Ascians, who has a history with the Scions. Ugh, this is intolerable, but as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alphino now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alice, but the provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. I'll go with him. I'm tiny. How exactly would that be any better? I must refuse your company as well, my friend. Formidable though you are, the success of my mission depends on moving unnoticed. I'm tiny! And lest you forget, you have grown rather famous. I trust you understand. I can wear different clothes. Ty, fine. Just promise you'll be careful. Wasn't too long. Think good? Well, I'd best put on my skulking boots. There'll be no room for mistakes once I've crossed the border from Alamigo. Stola? Alce and her brother bicker as all siblings do, but she worries for him nonetheless. 'Twould be a kindness if you were to visit from time to time, and distract her from her cares. Alce? It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and a soft soles. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldernard vessel to bear me thither. But I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Somimi. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphino to share. Okay. Ponder. Next quest. Sisterly Act. Alce is impatiently fussing with her link pearl. Oh, Somimi, if you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Ristola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls, and all the while I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Oh? Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Okay. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamigan Resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Order's Council would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course I will. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo, by your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Uh-oh. Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right? Riol, is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamigan quarter. Understood, so Mimi and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Boy, wonder what he's found out. Okay. To Alamigo. So many things are happening. Go straight. Yep. There we go. Ingrid. Elsa? There's no doubting your talent for espionage, but the journey is long and the borders heavily guarded. You did well to make it back in one piece. Ingrid? You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Trapezing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well.
Oh.
The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
That's true.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire.
Oh.
That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
Like they
And
wanted.
who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes, an Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
Oh,
But
no.
Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
Oh?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with, no. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, they love each other so much. I'm going to.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
I got a meeting to go to. There we go, thank you. I'll leave the two of you to your task and see to my own. Alistair? Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. Oh, we aren't going to the meeting. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan, and your Stola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. As much as I would like to visit Doma, it will have to wait. 12 speed you on your way. Oh, and give my regards to Y'shtola. Okay. The Doman Enclave. One second, guys. Okay. Luyan! I'd rather to Y'shtola. Y'shtola? This is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Going on? Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of Aether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Makote with a peculiar contraption upon her head has certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an aether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Fascinating. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? Yeah. In the burn, or was in the burn at least. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Y'shtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alise puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kienkan. Still have no idea how to say that. Okay. Ew. Alise? There you are. I've apprised Hien of the situation. Y'shtola? My report can wait. Finding Alphino must take priority. You agree? I should not have allowed Master Alphino to leave without an escort, but it avails us not to dwell on the past. We must focus on what can be done now. Okay. Yep. Greetings, my friend. Alise has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does lead to the burn, of all places. Righty. Spell speed. Go with spell speed. Feel the burn. Hien is mulling over the details of Alphino's Link Pearl call. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alise. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Somimi, I have our yoles. Yuguri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Okay. Feel the burn. Oh, looks like we have a dungeon coming up. The House of the Boots. Have this freaking song as a lullaby. Sleepy. Mother's Pride, is that what the song is called? It's very pretty. Yeah, there's everybody. Oh, that's cool. Father's Pride and Mother's Pride. You agree? Having named him an emissary of Doma, Lord Hien considers himself personally responsible for Master Alphino's safety. Naught I could say would sway him from joining the search. Alice? We're coming for you, Alphino. Stola? With such a steed to bear me to and fro, I could perform my fieldwork in a fraction of the time. Mayhap I shall try my hand at this Bardam's medal. Yeah, it's cool. Oh. Yeah. Well, it feels very Doman. Everyone is here and possessed of a bird. Let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms. In all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Go. The burn. Okay. Action. Oh. 11 minutes. The time while waiting, maybe we can actually read some books. Some stuff from the books. Let's see if there's anything interesting about Doma in the first book. I don't think there is, because I think it only contains stuff from up to Heavensward. But now we can read about the Aura. Interesting. You can try, but I'm not sure if we're on the same data center or anything. Because, I believe I am on Aether. Technically, I don't know if we can queue together, unfortunately. Yeah, Aether. Oh, you have a character. Okay, well. If you want to. Okay. So then I will just keep looking at my book. Not a lot, too many tidbits in here that really pique my interest when it comes to the races, because a lot of it's already explained in game. Interesting how much they go into detail about the city-states. Even down to the, like, different areas of the city. Here they describe the mizzenmast. The heart of Limsa Lominsa, the mizzenmast rises over the wreckage of the Gladian, where the ship's own mast once stood. Within it lies the bridge, an airship landing, a tavern, and an inn, all which can be reached using a complex system of pulleys known as the Crow's Lift. The Drowning Wench. Notoriously rumored to be named after the proprietor's mother, the Drowning Wench is an alehouse that occupies an entire story within the mizzenmast. Only sailors and pirates frequented the place until Bateron Tenfingers, a retired sellsword, became owner. He permitted the Adventurers Guild to set up shop, and the tavern has begun to attract a more varied clientele. The Drowning Wench prides itself on fare that is both affordable and delicious, and is famed for its Lanusian toast. Danya. Taking a while to pop. This is funny. The quote under Godbert Manderville is, Godbert the goldsmith's a Manderville man. Smithing as only a Manderville can. Oil him up and give him a tan, fit for a Manderville man. So amusing. Hello, Cass. Welcome back. I really gotta do the Manderville quests one of these days. Right? Yeah. Maybe if there's time after Shadowbringers or after the release of Endwalker. Oh. Is that you, Kiss? Okay. I will invite you to the party. Time to join again. Up, and there we go. Thank you so much, Cass. Definitely make things quicker. Great time. Only the other DPS will hit a go. Oh, is the boss turkey? Okay. I will try to do my best. DPSing. Oh no! And again we go. There we are.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Nope.
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
This is very nice music for a desolate wasteland. There we go. Falling rocks. Whee! There's our first boss. We want to hide behind stuff when he's targeting us with a laser? Or that too, I guess. There we go. Oh. This Allegan or something? faster. Oh, where'd it go? Go. That was quite an interesting place. Whoa. Giant sandworms. Leveled up. Nice. Yep. What's this now? Oh? Oh, it's a dragon. Okay. Whoop. What? Ah, fudge. No. And I'm dead. Oh no. Oh no. They're just gonna DPS him down? Oh. Gotta have some good gear. Awesome. No. Hey. Thanks very much for the assist, Cass. That was really awesome. Dead sandworm.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder?
Oh?
Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
Okay, Alizé.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Fine layer of dust has settled on everything.
These were no ordinary soldiers.
I can't wait to find out who he is either. Got me very curious.
Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
I don't know that yet. And I know what happened, obviously.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
It's gonna be okay, I'll say.
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Oh. Here. A sec? Forgive me, I need a moment. Okay. Stola, on present evidence, we have no reason to fear the worst. More than that, I cannot say. Here? We are no closer to establishing Master Alphino's whereabouts, and the suggestion of an Imperial plot only compounds matters. We have much to consider. Yet? Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? Indeed. Shadows in the Empire. Yen has a request for the Scions. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions, at least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Okay. Wonder who this guest is. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Oh, it's Lise.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Well, not exactly.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Yeah.
Well, someone has to do it.
No. We'll be okay,
I'm
I'll
sure he's
say.
going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
Sorry.
But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
Oh?
To make it official, and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Yeah. These? Don't worry, Alphino's been through countless trials and come out stronger every time. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. Stola? That the Alliance would extend an invitation to Doma bespeaks the depth of their concern. Nor are they misguided. If Garlemald has fallen under Ascian control, the threat we face is incalculable. Alisei? Yugiri assures me the task of searching is best left to her comrades. I shall trust to their experience and focus on what I can do. Yugiri? While we are happy to cooperate with the Eorzean Alliance, there are many things that Doma must do alone. Yeah. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys, even if it was on official business. I had hoped there might be a time to show you the land you helped save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting then. Somimi, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go, in private. Okay, go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. No? Or at least once. Go on now. Please? Thank you for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Nope. Oh, Alice. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alice I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Limo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alice has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. My adoptive children will be well taken care of. Thank you, Somimi. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need ask. You only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. Back we go. Akira? We all had our suspicions from the start, but a part of me was credulous enough to believe the Empire's promises. Never again. The Imperial Court is a nest of vipers, and any peace they offer is laced with poison. You agree? Your return is most timely. We have just apprised those newly arrived of where matters stand. Blah, blah, blah. Stola? I dare say I can guess the subject of your discussion with Lise. She too was never one for concealment. Fortunately for you, the individual in question seems none the wiser. Alice? Is everything alright with Lise? I won't ask for details. I know you'd tell me if it were important. Talk to you? Yeah, I did. Yep. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everything has assembled. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, you giddy, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea.
Oh?
'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own.
Oh?
In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca.
Oh.
I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies.
How would we do that?
During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual, but something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
Oh?
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrias-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region.
Oh.
If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
Seems like it.
A curious question. Besides Az's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Garlemald, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
Oh?
You do?
Right?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whether this road leads?
Sure. Say? Azim Steppe. I always wanted to see it. Ishtola? In the field of aetherology, the Azim Steppe remains unbroken ground. Having missed your last expedition through injury, I mean to seize this opportunity with both hands. You agree? The reigning Ruby Princess is more receptive to the outside world than her predecessor. It is true, but what we offer is an invitation to war. Though I will plead our case, I fear we can expect little of Soino Sato. Akuro, we have fought long and sacrificed much to reclaim our freedom. I will die before I allow the Empire to take it from us again. Yep. A power in slumber. Hien is eager to set out for the Azim Steppe. It is settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro, I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I am no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections? Could you not get Tataru to do it? Have care in the burn. Have care on the steppe. For what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the 3 of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion? Okay. Union. Yep. Tis a fine feeling to be back. Were it not for our mission, I would like nothing more than to lie on the grass and watch the clouds float by. Ishtola? So this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. It is a very nice spot.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth, and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Garlemald.
Yeah.
That was my thinking, yes.
Oh.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Interesting. Ishtola? An intriguing myth, though I wonder how Nama came to be woven into it. An Allegan hand, perhaps? Ian? From here we shall travel to Molilo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Okay. Ian? Tell me, do you notice anything different about them all? How they carry themselves? That, my friend, is pride. I do believe their victory in the Nada meant more to them than I realized. Ishtola? So that is Serena. Lise told me something of the woman, but I did not think that we would ever have occasion to meet. Serena? Yeah, and Somimi, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. Yep. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag? If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Ah yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the house of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Money. Serena? In a place such as the steppe, where myriad tribes exist side by side, it is important to respect each other's ways. And it would be wise indeed to respect the beliefs of those who would gladly render up body and soul to the Dust Mother. Similar? Strange, amidst the radiance of your being I sense a shadow. I pray it is but my imagination. What? Yen? Serena is quite right. Before we seek permission to use these pillars, we should determine if they are suitable for our purposes. Stola? The Will of the Moon. Stola is ready to put her skills to use. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the house of the Crooked Coin. Ugh. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Well, it certainly looks powerful, but powerful enough? That you'll have to ask the expert. You stole it? These are very interesting looking.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Oh.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
Not good.
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Like, the idea that the Earth itself is losing aether seems to be something that we should be more concerned about. But obviously there's lots of things going on in the plot right now. But it seems really disturbing to me, at least. You stole it? That such an abundant source of aether should lie undisturbed for millennia, 'tis a miracle made possible by the steppes' long history of isolation. Yeah? Well, it looks like I was right about the pillars. Now all we need is permission to use them. Serena? You found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. Not less will suffice to protect our lands. The blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dotharl. Their consent shall be the key. The Dotharl, huh? The Dotharl? List spoke of them, a warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dotharl fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dotharl Ka, and treat with their Hatun. Hatun? Sadu. Okay. Be off. To the Dotharl. And here we are. Yen. Despite her fondness for battle, Sadu is an astute leader. If we plead our case in earnest, I am certain she can be persuaded. Y'shtola? Great faith gives rise to great strength. For better or for worse, whatever it is the Dotharl held sacred, we would do well to accord it all respect. Sadu? You again. Other matters demand our time, Hagen. Or Han. Unless it is battle you seek. Alas not, quite the opposite in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dotharl no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow, but for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely? Namely battle, with you, Hagen. Or Han. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dotharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Hatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Khan, and await me outside the Ka. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. This will be fun. Waiting time. Yeah, I've still got it. Should try as I might, I fail to see the logic in this arrangement. I can't but conclude there is none. Yeah. When I was little, I would stride up to Gosetsu, wooden sword in hand, and challenge him. To his great credit, he never held back, and I had many a bump and bruise to show for it. Sorry. See how this goes. I forgot to put it on my new gear. Dear.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Oh my goodness.
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough
I like them.
It is time to fight.
Okay, here we go. Gonna come straight at me. Yep, I don't think. Can I? No, apparently I have all the recommended gear. Let's go. You are strong indeed, a worthy champion of the steppe. But you are mistaken if you think I will fall so easily. Okay, doing this again.
In death do our souls sing!
Ah, fighting you is pure bliss. Such sweet pleasure I will not suffer to end so soon. Well, do not tell me that is all you have. My soul demands more, Han. Give me more. Okay. My arms grow heavy, my eyes dim. But so long as my lifeblood flows, I will fight on. Yeah? Yeesh. This is my freaking cues. There we go. Woo.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
Yeah?
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Oh, Agni.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
My goodness. Y'shtola is like, what?
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
No.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Daidakul, join me.
Oh boy. Here we go.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her.
Turning into who?
I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Is she talking about Matoya? Hackney the Older. That's a title. Oh, I'm playing as Yotsuyu. Okay. We got arrow, here, and restoring MP. Let's go. We shall endeavor to be most. You claim victory, I claim Kian for the. Yeah.
Kill or die! Bow down before me!
Okay. I have Chian. I'm supposed to like. Okay.
Kill or die!
Woo!
Concentrate!
No fetch.
Kill or die!
And get you protect yourself a little bit better.
Kill or die! Bow down before me!
Mark well and learn!
Kill or die! down before me! Tremble before the sun!
But... better to focus on it. Oh. Okay.
Let us be about it.
Oh, okay. Oh. What? What is this? Okay.
Yeah. Aoife, to me. How about you?
That's cool. I want to do that. Grace is. Oh god.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield.
Yay! I didn't even get to fight that one.
What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
You stole her. Why?
Are you?
Oh no.
Are you my Nama?
My god, dude. You've got to stop this.
I beg your pardon?
Oh my god.
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love.
Oh my god.
Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Your Nama's right over there. Her name's Sadu. You just gotta accept it.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
Oh no.
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, little son. Oh, little son. Little son. Oh my god.
Little son! Little son!
Oh my god. Oh, I love Sanu. She's great.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Oh my god. Oh no. Here they go again.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Oh my goodness. Little son, little son. I love it. Oh. Oh. That was beautiful. Yeah. Magni's unannounced appearance had me worried for a moment, but it was not his day to shine. Still, I cannot fault the man's bravery. Y'shtola. Offended, not in the least. I am no stranger to clumsy propositions, and that, believe it or not, was far from the worst I have heard. Oh my goodness. Serena? You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magni too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. Okay. Y'shtola? The call. Y'shtola would see the aether flow once more. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the aether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. And I'm never gonna forget that. Little son. Oh, it's just too beautiful. Yeah. I would not have the first idea how to awaken such a contraption, let alone control it. But then I'm not an Archon of Charlean. Y'shtola? I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. That feels like a lot of aether there. Sheesh. Whoop. You okay?
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
That's good. To manipulate aether in such vast quantities is draining, to say the least. I shall take it slowly for a while. Yeah. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Somimi, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Ooh, Enclave. Okay. Akura? My lord informs me you were instrumental to the success of his mission to the Asm Steppe. Though we hope to make many more allies, we could wish for no better than you and your fellow scions. You agree? Each of the factions lent an ear to our petition. As anticipated, however, many were unwilling to do any more than that. Still? It would seem we are the last to arrive. Yen? Everyone has returned. Excellent. Time to take stock. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Asm Steppe. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Totaro and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, you agree, Hakuru? How fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi to Sui no Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there's not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. You agree, Hakuro? You would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? As I mentioned, I have missives to write and some few other matters to attend to ere I depart. See you anon, my friend. Okay. get back to the Alameda quarter. Alyssa? It occurs to me this will be the first time I meet the leaders of the Alliance in an official capacity. More stiff greetings, pleasantries, formalities. Does that sound about right? Let us hope that the coming meeting passes more peacefully than the last such gathering in Alamigo. Thancred? Y'shtola has told me all, and I duly told Urianger and Corral. Corral, in particular, was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being, on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. That leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. If you can spare a moment after the proceedings, consider seeking out Arnvald. A word from you would do wonders for the lad, I'm sure. Sir? Occurs to me that... same stuff. Guard? The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Or cutscenes. We have plenty of time.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council.
Oh.
I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways.
Merlin's actually talking. Ah.
If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic. Subterfuge.
Oh?
You have an idea? Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Tell them the truth?
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Oh.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus' death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
What? What?
That way. Sorrow.
Sorrow? What? Is this the echo? Different from before.
History must be changed.
Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
Oh. What? We're all being affected?
There's a voice.
What?
Spies in our midst. Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
What? Okay. Over now.
Is it over?
Seems to be. Thancred?
Master Thancred!
Oh no. What?
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
No. What happened to him?
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, milady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alisaie and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Basically, yeah.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
No. Don't say that.
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Vahabrea.
Not to mention his
The owner of the
stint
voice,
with Flo.
whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
This is all very disconcerting. Never have I encountered such a phenomenon. If this is magic, it is beyond my ken. Sana? Please? Don't worry about Thancred. I'll send word as soon as there's any change. Stola? The Ascians are indeed responsible. We must take steps to protect ourselves, though I know not how. Elise? I just tried to call Ariange on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Ariange! Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Ariange. He heard the voice too. In Thanalan? As we were alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Ariange, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Endure. Alise? Prelude in Violet. Alise is eager to rendezvous with Ariange. Ariange agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way.
Ariange! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
Right.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
That's worrisome.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to...
Oh. No. Not again.
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Rianche? Don't follow the voice. Stola?
I hear it too.
Ugh.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
Gone. This is really unpleasant.
No, this can't be happening!
Oh no. Them too.
Ishtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. Hey, Alice. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hori. That we will. The first things first. Our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been awaiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Good. I can talk to them. Lilian? It cannot be discounted that Mistress Kral has heard the voice as well. I will ask Tatara to send her word of what has come to pass. Worry Boulder? Worry not, Somimi. Okar and Aenor are keeping watch over Mistress Shistola and Master Arianche. Pray keep Mistress Alize company. Gil? Didn't the selfsame thing happen to Thancred? Who's bloody next? Say that. We had spoken earnestly of doing more to ease the senior scion's burdens, but not under these circumstances, nor less so soon. I only hope I will be equal to the challenge. No? As a mage, I have some few scholarly acquaintances of my own, and will reach out to them for their insights. May not be much, but 'tis my own little way of aiding Mistress Alize. Clements? Okar's sister and I will take turns to keep watch over the slumbering Archons. We'll not leave them unattended, even for a moment. Builder? Confound these old bones. Useless as I am, I should have been the one to be struck down. Okay, soldier. Okay. So. Sorry about that. Oh my god, so many people. What? Go. Maelstrom and... Castle? As you've probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. You don't have to explain, Alice. Okay. One sec, guys.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu,
It's been too long.
Scapoo. Just hitting me
I'm
in the
afraid there's been no
feels.
change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones.
Oh.
Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
I think most people could. I certainly could. Don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Yeah. Oh, Abu. Ah, I forget Dick was there the entire time. Ah. You there? Oh no. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Okay, back to the Rising Stones. One sec, guys. I've got something I got to take care of here. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. You forgot about this scene with Gabu Case? Or Cass. Sorry. Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. Really got my eyes tearing up too. They really want to punch me in the fields right now. Everyone's disappearing, everyone's in trouble, and then they bring out Gabu. Ugh. Anything new to say? Yeah, no, same stuff. Or Boulder might have something new to say. We Scions who can still perform our duty must take up the burden of our comrades who cannot. We will continue our watch over the beast tribes and do whatever else may be required of us. I say? I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I'll begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time. And I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart.
What do you say, Cass? Just Garlemald.
Have you no words for me?
Huh.
Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father. I should be the one to sigh.
Who's this now?
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back.
You like this character, Cass?
Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
Huh.
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery.
Mummery?
Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
Oh my. Grandson? This is Emperor Solus?
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it.
Didn't they?
Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal.
Didn't they bury him? Like, in a realm reborn?
That is why this empire exists, why I built it.
Yeah, that's Solus Zos Galvus.
Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian.
Oh.
And he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Oh. Well, that explains a lot.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty.
He's a theatrical one? Yeah, it seems to be.
Bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
Alag. Oh. Someone does not like his grandfather.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
And he's back.
Such a waste of time and energy. Both yours and mine.
This music is great.
Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
So, what is Varys? Varys like part Ascian? Is that a thing you can be? Goodness. Meanwhile, at the Resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. Alphino! And the Shadow Hunter. What in the world? Oof. Why are they doing the creepy? Oh, what happened to those people? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of a battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Yerbanya, a gas, Black Rose, it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that if rule won through terror will not endure, how many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait, this is not the work of men, but monsters, the Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot. Creepy music. Alice? Soul searching. Alice is at her wit's end.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. Gods, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
Okay, Alice.
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Trial! Ah. You're the best.
Kryle! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Oh.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
Oh no.
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
Oh man, of course.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Oh, of course he has.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Mum's the word.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Called, as it were.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
That's a start.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Man, Master Matoya, after all this time. Okay. Well, I guess I will go. Idleshire. And then I am going to take my break, go get some water, bathroom, and put my little lizard to bed. I will be back in approximately 15-ish minutes. I will see you then. Hello? There we go. I am back. Let us okay. Our heading. Boys, okay. See if we can't find a way to find where our friends are. Works. Outside. Please do keep Alphina's little speech to yourself. You can be awfully sensitive at times. Alyssa? I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. She's not that eccentric, I think. Older woman.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Oh my.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders.
Oh boy.
Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Oh boy.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
Not a good look.
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Cut off? What does that even
Could the
mean?
ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi affected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking.
Right.
Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way.
Oh.
That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Off to Alamigo.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Sorry, I can't do more. I've never seen a soul's thread end so abruptly before. People around here now. Alistair? So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. A defector's tidings. The news from Alamigo has left Alcé in a state of nervous excitement. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless... Ugh, there's no point speculating. Lise said she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Elsa? Alphino will be alright. He has to be. Greetings, Scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Let's go.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them.
Second, folks. Be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back.
They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night.
What?
It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion.
Right.
I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Oh.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh no. Oh. Not again.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Beyond become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Yeah. But
Oh,
who?
thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Say? Alphino is safe, for the present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad at least tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. And lots of people in this part of What you excited about, Cass? Oh yeah. So close, I can almost taste it. Not really sure what it tastes like though. Okay. Whoa, there's a lot of people here. Serena. After their humbling at your hands, Magnai and his Oranir have spent every waking moment upon the training fields. Defeat does not sit well with the son and his children. Blue Kojin. We of the Blue Kojin will not submit to the Empire's tyranny, if only our red brethren would awaken to their folly. Ansui. The Imperialists have enjoyed the freedom of the Ruby Sea for long enough. 'Tis time they paid their dues. Action? I am come to represent the lands of Naxxia. Long have we struggled in defiance of the Empire, waiting for just such an opportunity as this alliance presents. Dalmascan? The fall of Rabanastre was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground, and have been gathering strength to mount a counteroffensive. Dalmasca will rise again. I like his outfit. I know Dalmasca's from another Final Fantasy property. I don't know too much about it. They seem cool. You agree? Somimi, you have arrived in time to witness the beginnings of our new alliance. Our proposal struck a chord with many of our neighbors, I am pleased to say. Akura? Alone, Doma could accomplish little against the Empire. Did it sound, I'm sorry. No, Dalmascans. Yeah. But in concert with the allies who have gathered here today, we might do much. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Naxxia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. Yeah, Garlemald's coming back for Alamigo now. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for the sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Say we use Aegis or some such? Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Az's Slaw firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. Might as well. I will come too if you don't mind. Though I am no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. You agree? I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. Okay. Speed? This is like the same thing we got last time? Oh well. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Now, say? You obviously have some idea of what to expect, having seen the barrier at Asla, but having not had that pleasure myself, I'm exceedingly curious to see a wall capable of keeping out one of those massive Imperial airships. Agree? As expected, Soy no Sato failed to answer the call. Not that I blame the Ruby Princess. Enlightened as she is reputed to be, it could be no easy task persuading her people to relinquish their long-held isolation. Macro? We can but block the Garleans' airships. The speed with which they deploy their forces will be greatly diminished. Yep. They reuse wall. Yen is eager to see the energy barrier in action. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Okay. I think I will teleport this time. This way? Alistair? Let us pray there are no sandstorms brewing out there. Yen? Give the word when you are ready to take wing. Go!
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders.
Right.
Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Ooh. Wow. Oh.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming.
There it goes.
1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Wow.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
Oh boy. Oh man. Like it got damaged.
Seems solid enough. Though I was hoping for a fireball.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. What? Shadowhunter. Alpha, no. Oh no.
By the gods. It's Alpha, no. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Oh.
Lower the barrier!
Fatty again?
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
It's like everyone else.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions.
Fated reunions?
Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Wait. No. Gaius? But he's supposed to be dead. Gaius, what?
I, Gaius van Baelsar.
Am I forgetting something?
That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
What?
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions.
Oh, that's his mask, isn't it?
I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
It wasn't exactly by my hand, but basically.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
Yeah. In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired.
Huh.
Among the Ascians, the black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source.
Oh?
The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Yeah. Oh, I suspect I know who
As I
he
assume
is.
my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno C.A. Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
Right?
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
We're making bodies for him?
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
not really sure what there is to settle, but definitely more important things happening right now.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
Right?
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Not sure if there's much that can be done, considering we know about the condition right now. And Gaius and Baelsar. Or is it just Gaius Baelsar now? I'll be interested to see how he continues to work in the plot. I'll say. Yeah? Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alice, I do, but Alphino is returned to us alive, and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Seiryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements from Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldernod Trading Company, finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldernard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a Kyrusian accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yuguri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant. Still making it.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
There he is.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect.
Perfect aspect of what?
Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Asians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise.
Enterprise, huh?
You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Parley on the front lines. Ian stands ready to depart for Alamigo. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we are to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Okay. To Porta Praetoria. Here. There we go. Yeah. Here we are again, ready to fight the same foe. Yet I would not be anywhere else. This conflict concerns us all. Come what may, we cannot allow the Empire to regain its grip on Alamigo. Alice? Here, I think we found the guide Lys mentioned. Resistance? Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. Okay. Oh. Got a little fort.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself?
The Emperor himself? Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it.
No.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
I'm coming too.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Yeah, okay. I'll be there.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Good. Elsa? Charlian cannot negotiate peace with the Empire. I rather doubt war can be avoided here. But every moment we steal for our preparations will count in the final reckoning. Yen? Is Emperor Varys enthralled to the Ascians? That is the question. Alban? Should the Empire decide to ignore the rules of parley, we could be fighting far sooner than we'd like. Keep your weapons close. Okay, Lise? Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an Emperor waiting too long, shall we? Well, he knows how to enter.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
A good conference. Certainly a conference.
Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here.
Varys is very well
Please.
informed.
If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Thinking of his armor. And I said it? I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? Rowan? It is true that Limsa Lominsa's beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our old wrongs do not make the Emperor's deeds right. Raban? Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? Anima? For years have we warred with the Empire, with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words. Emmerich? Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. For a moment I feared our talks would descend into violence. There and then, Alisaie speaks of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Alisaie? Phew, this is really not for my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphinaud would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out, not yet at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene. Though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. Oh, I'll say one thing for this Varys. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. Except for, we gotta change that. We gotta learn about Garlemald. Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. We can skirt the storm of his displeasure. We may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. Animal? 12 have mercy, but for the Lady Alisaie's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Wait, Varys to explain himself, maybe? Yes, you believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease. Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Somimi. Yet? This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ashians. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me... Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens. Come to that, veneration of the gods is forbidden, and the only worship permitted being that of His Radiance's own person. That sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. I share your disdain for this hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. It's a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. Interesting. Alisaie? You've spoken with everyone, then. Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Sounds bored.
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question.
Oh?
I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rorga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections.
What?
That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
Huh.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the selfsame desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Prize is a lie. Your master's demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
We can defeat the Ascian. Not condone such a loss of life. Can't condone such a loss of life.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Great. Glad we arrived in time to aid in the battle. Though our vanguard may be small, these few are our chosen elite, the finest warriors of the Far East. Again, we suspected Ascians meddled in the shadows of the Empire, but the truth is far beyond my wildest imagining. At least now we know the face of our enemy, and need not hesitate to strike at its heart. Alice? His grand plan is to bring about more calamities? This is insanity. This madman must be stopped at all costs. Raban, the Empire exists to wage war, and war it shall have, but its vast armies pour in like the tides themselves. This could very well be the greatest military threat Eorzea has ever faced. I was born in the Empire, but I will never serve the Emperor. Only the Seedseer commands my loyalty. Kane? I refuse the Emperor's words with all my being. What justice is there in an ideal that demands the sacrifice of so many? Send me to the front lines, if you please. We'll give the Imperials a taste of the Maelstrom's cannons, not to mention my axe. Well, it makes a twisted kind of sense that the Empire was built by the Chaos Bringers themselves. The revelation yet rattles me, but now that we know our enemies are one and the same, we have a target upon which to unleash the full force of the Alliance. My first engagement as Flame General, and it is full-scale war with the Empire. I feel some measure of nervousness, of course, but I swear I will make Father proud in the battles to come. Anima? Now that we have learned the Emperor's true purpose, war has become an inevitability. 'Tis times like these I curse my own uselessness in battle. Yeah? The Temple Knights have deployed in full strength. Eorzea's future is Ishgard's future, and our fates ride upon the outcome of this conflict. Emmerich? The Ascians are terrible beings indeed, that they would found an entire nation to further their dark designs. 'Twould seem that the Empire's history is as sinister as Ishgard's own. Please. I come back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Face of war. Having listened to Emperor Varus's maniacal plans, Lisa's ready to go to war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to count 'em on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Let's
Wouldn't
go.
be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
May the crystal guide us to victory.
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Ever. I won't go disappearing.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Okay. Move on. My duties as field commander demand I remain here at my post, but I have no doubt the front lines are in capable hands. Whew. Well. Like we got a dungeon, I think? Minutes? Oh, is it a good dungeon? No worries, Cass. I'm sure I'll survive on my own. Gotta check on some few things while I'm waiting here anyways. Yep, there we go. Okay. Wow, talk about a battlefield. Yeah, the music is definitely hype. I can just hi, Gerda. Let's go.
Forward! Forward!
What hit me? I'm not really sure what hit me there. Oh my god. Nope, nope. Get up. I am failing this so horribly. I hope they don't get too mad. Okay. Is my gear really that bad or something? Keep going.
I shan't hold back!
Okay. Watch the walls. Okay. Close. Go.
You underestimate me! Out of my way! Let us be about it!
Okay. What is this now? Oh. The savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Now let us be brief. His radiance awaits. Oh man. Didn't take much. Bitch them together now. Okay. Barrels? What? No. Feel honored, savages. Few are they who have witnessed this twice. Okay. I think. Okay. Few still who have witnessed this. Farewell, savages. How was that? Woo! That was a cool fight. I go to the healer. That I actually have freaking gear. Okay. Do the duty. Cutscene time.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Do you? Yeah.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
And I did die like 3 times, but you know,
A tactical
cool.
withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
That would be amazing. Oh. Oh no.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Let's say. Better not. No! Not her too.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right?
Time to get new. No! They're my babies.
Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Oh. Let's say. This one. Okay. Yep. Alce is being cared for at the infirmary. Would that there were more we could do for her. Eh. Rabon? Not Rabon. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not. They won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Ugh. Still, with your help, and that of our eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alize, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Carusians have completed their examination of Mistress Alice, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like the others, damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alice is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Ugri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. Okay. Back to the Rising Stones, then. Have finished minutes for 12. Think I can finish up this stuff? I'll stay up a little bit later. Just to get to Shadowbringers. We're so close. Ori Boulder? Somimi, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alice gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alice? I was certain she would have returned by now. Not looking great. By the 12, not her too. Oker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Coltano, Krile, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us for the time being, at least. Well, at the border of Alamigo. Big Xenos. Check. Get apply glamour plates. Ah. Fine. Hori Boulder? A brief reprieve. Hori Boulder's sullen expression suggests he has no news to share, which in this case may not mean good news. Somimi, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I am afraid I have not to report. Coltano and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them, alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here, and wished to see if his condition had improved. Oh, it's Maxima. Mr. Somimi, I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I choose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. Ignominy? Will seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. Aww. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of Somimi and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company, if you will follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad, it pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at North Silvertier, and I am certain he would be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. Okay. This acquaintance. I wonder. Who do you suppose is waiting for him at North Silvertier? Both Mistress Carl and Master Matoya have taken up the search for a cure to the strange sleeping sickness. I pray they find a remedy soon. Soldier? And found these old bones. Oh, I think they have the same dialogue. Oh, it's Sid. Maxima? Oh, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Emperor's dreams of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Ralban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians? Did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor. Though I still labor to believe what he told us, did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by Ascians? But that is madness! The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped, to save my people, to save all people. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here, in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Seryu's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah, yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time no doubt being of the essence, could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Raubon's side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Yep. Okay. Excellent. I too will make for the border anon. If there's aught I can do to help, I consider it my duty to see it done. Good. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which, of course, is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Somimi. Not even you, so please, take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? Distance fighter? Requiem for Heroes. Despite the apparent urgency of Raubon's summons, the Resistance fighter seems content to wait for your signal to proceed. Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. It would be best if we had proceeded to Alliance headquarters at once. Okay. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Albon? You're here, good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first I would apprise you of the Garlean's movements. Upon speaking, several cutscenes, recommended. Okay, here we go.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Hian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Always. Say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Oh. No, not now.
They open. Please. I bid you open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
I have to.
May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Will do. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Time to fight. Okay. Yeah.
Ready?
I've played Samurai before. We're doing nothing. If only I had an ENG available. Oh.
This one's for you, Ada.
Actually, we wanna go. But God, what I was supposed to do? Oh God, I'm gonna die. He's really... Okay. Uh-oh. I know the depths of your folly. No, you don't.
Here it comes.
What? Oh.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
What? What is going on?
The art of my forebears.
Whoa. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's that Limit Break 3. Let's see. Oh. Oh. Oh.
You get it.
Oh.
Damn you!
Ooh. Oh. My little legs carry me as fast as I can go. She was useful for once. She can hit hard. It's just... I don't know why she's not...
Magic. With a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Yeah, no noble sacrifices. I am here.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it.
I have no words for fake Xenos.
Equilibrium must be restored. And only your death will redress the balance.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Ouch. I'm not doing so good. Ah! Damn it. Sorry about that. Under here. Stuff is not bad. I don't want to do super easy. I just messed up a little bit. Skip all the cutscenes. Get back to the fight. Now I have to fight him again. Oh no. Ugh.
Ready? This one's for you, Ada. Here it comes!
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Let's try this again. If it's... Let's go.
Yeah.
Make sure I kill the swords. Just don't run out of HP. I'm gonna try. Ah! Okay. Try this. we go. Woo! Did it. Yeah, I just made one little mistake in the first attempt. Of course, he just comes back. Stupid Asian.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Oh.
Please. I beseech you.
Not now! Why?
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been great. Oh. Now what? Where am I? I'm trying to make a new character. Oh no. Am I dead? This looks very different from similar places I've been to before.
At last, I found you.
And who are you messing up everything?
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion.
Pause for alarm. Oh. They
The
lead
better
to oblivion?
path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Well, they need my strength. You have to send me back now. Things are not looking good over there.
The battle is over, the danger past. But your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts. One which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
What? He has 4 fingers. A little. I'm awake. I'm not dead. What? Ishgard? Honoroi? Right? Is that Honoroi? Maybe. No.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Happened.
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow.
Yeah, well. I have a big
Yet
head.
before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Oh? This mysterious person.
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
It's Justinian, isn't it? Yes.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Of course.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position.
That's good.
We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court.
Oh?
This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Alice alright?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you.
Saying that lately.
Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke.
Oh?
A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Markets. Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you could not confine to bed. Let's get Edmund. When I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst, but with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Mistress Somimi, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Artorial will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. He does fucking know. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt. But the light of hope shall ever guide our steps, so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Okay, to the Rising Stones. Oh wait, no, I want to read his dialogue. You know that you will ever be welcome at House Fortom. Now away with you. I dare not keep you any longer. Okay. Oh my. That is a gigantic horse. Oh. Everyone's about. Don't do the sad face.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
Oh, not the sad. No, don't do the sad eyes. Okay.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
That is a good question.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful.
Right? Oh no.
And what else did he say? The better path leads to him?
Why would someone do that?
If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
Yeah, that might be.
Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphano, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
Okay.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
Well, Totaro. Stop crying, okay?
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut?
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find.
Yep.
Don't you worry. We'll find that beacon for you.
The Imperial Palace.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again.
Oh, minor setback. Oh.
Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us
Sleeping.
at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Butt cape. It is a butt cape.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Gonna do it. Why the creepy? Oh. Okay. That's not horrifying. Yeah, that would suck. Sort of feel sorry, but for Varys. But at the same time, he won't change his direction either. Oh, and we did it! We did it! That means tomorrow I get to start Shadowbringers! Oh. I will be streaming tomorrow. Not sure exactly when. I have some plans in the morning. Some people. Definitely will be streaming at least by 7, might be earlier. Once again, watch out for my Twitter for any updates on that. Okay, well, I'm gonna skip the rest of this if everyone's cool with that. And there we are. I've got post Stormblood complete. Almost. Gotta turn the quest in. I knew you'd be alright, and to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. Ahem, but now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Connacht's Find. You go and rest a while. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. More cutscenes? Oh, it's him again.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Yeah, it's very ominous to me right now. Done cutscene? Oh, there's more. Set up this. Crystal Tower, eh? There we go. That'll be a great picture. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Oh yeah, I did those. I mean, they're required now. Yeah, that's the only raids I've done though. I haven't done any of the other ones. I want to, but we're so close. Yeah, Shadowbringers. I will pick up this quest tomorrow. It's time for me to go to bed. So, like I said, keep an eye on my Twitter for when I'll be going live. At the very latest, I'm going to be going live at 7 p.m. like usual. But thank you so much for watching me. You all have a very good night. See you tomorrow.